Start it up. Get the engine warm. Gotta start up the whole thing here.
Yeah.
I'm still, even though I've been in the computer industry for 30 years, I still am impressed that this works at all. Like that I can stream full HD video and the YouTube system is so extensive. I mean, how many people right now, right this very moment, are streaming on YouTube? How many thousands of people do you think are actually streaming on YouTube? And their servers just like it's just amazing to me. It's just amazing that it actually works.
Yeah. And not just that, to also kind of take a step back and think about the fact that this is literally at the base level dealing with ones and zeros.
Well, sure, yeah, it's
Just quintillions of ones and zeros flying around.
uh. So speaking of streaming, everybody, I am this past couple days I built a presence on Rumble. So if anybody is on Rumble, I basically, signed up for it, built the channel, I uploaded a video. I uploaded a video that I have on YouTube just because it was a video that one of the last videos I uploaded was the Hightail is DOA video. So I uploaded that onto Rumble. I'm still sort of figuring out everything, and I'm also trying to figure out how to stream to both places. So if anybody out there actually prefers Rumble, and wants to see me there, I will eventually figure out how to do it. Everywhere, like everything I've been able to find thus far as streaming to both at once, costs money. Like there are some free options, right? But they put like watermarks on your video, stuff like that, and I'm not really a big fan of that. And yeah, some of them are affordable, like $12 a month or something like that. But I don't make very much money from doing this. Like I just don't. So, I gotta try to weigh the benefits. I need at least like 1,000 followers on Rumble plus, was it 1,000 followers and some, like, I forget what the cutoff was to get a custom URL, because right now the URL for Flexible Games is not it's like C underscore. It's like this weird URL. So I need to get to a point where I can actually, use some of those features. I mean, YouTube, it took me like 6 months to get to the point on YouTube to actually use some of those back end features. So, hopefully we'll get up on Rumble. I want to do Rumble because the stream on Saturday got kind of spicy, and I want to be able to have a backup option in case YouTube throws a fit, because they could easily throw a fit and the whole channel would be taken down overnight. It would suck.
A very sensible precaution.
So I am not, however, planning on downloading the over 4,000 videos on my channel on YouTube to upload them onto Rumble. I am not planning on doing that. That would literally take several months of work to try to do that. So I'm not. Well, that would be crazy. Not to mention the live streams, because right now I don't know if Rumble will increase this limit in the future, but I'm limited to 15 gig uploads. Right, a video of 15 gigs, and it sounds like a lot, right? It's like, holy cow, 15 gigs. Well, you have to understand, a 30-minute high definition video, that's 3 gigs, just that. So you can imagine what a stream would be, a 9-hour stream. So yeah, I'm guessing I'm guessing like the higher, like as you go up in viewership and followers and stuff, they increase that limit. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Rumble. So yeah, I've started that presence. So go on over to Rumble. Where? Let me find the URL. Copy link. Let me paste it in here. God damn it. Discord is such a pain in the ass sometimes. So that
Oh, you got it?
yeah. I tried to copy the link off of Discord and it copied this giant ass Discord based URL. It's like, no, I want to literally copy the link. And it, oh my God. Anyway. Okay, so that's the video. That's the one and only video. I don't even know how many views it has. But yeah, that's the one video I uploaded. Now I don't know what Rumble's like. If you upload the exact same video on both platforms, like what's the dealio there? I don't know. I haven't looked into it very much. So if anybody out there has some experience with that, you know, I'm always willing to learn. Speaking of learning, working on our pipes, the code for the pipes. I've redone a little bit of the structure here. I've been trying to organize it. I've been adding a lot of objects, so I'm like, you know what, I better start organizing these to where it's actually, my brain doesn't, liquefy trying to do this. So we've got all sorts of things. The handlers, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about this. Oh man, I spent so many hours trying to figure out a way to get generics to work. And I went around and around and around and around and around, and I was just beside myself with like, how the hell am I going to get these to work? And because the pipe extraction node, right? The pipe extraction node, I want this object to be the same regardless of what type of extraction it is. I don't think we need to reinvent many different extraction nodes. I think one extraction node is fine. All it is basically an inventory that holds an upgrade and a filter and a couple other settings, right? Distribution mode, stuff like that. And this is the thing that ticks, right? Here's an update tick. So this, I want to be able to manage all of the things. However, the update tick has to use the handler. Yeah, looking in the multi-block structure might have been easier to start. Yeah, part of me thinks that, but only because I'm neck deep into the pipe system now. Because it's not just a multi-block system. It's the multi-block system plus the mini dimensions plus the rendering of the ghost blocks to in the figuring out how to craft the damn thing. So there was a lot of extra tiddly bits to that are not just flat multi-blocks from the game. So the update tick needed access to a specific handler, but the object itself I wanted to be generic, right? So how do I apply the update handler to the so I was going around and around and around and around. I at one point had the block entity here have the generic code key on it, and basically the only thing that's going to be specific to the type of pipe is the block entity, right? The block here, this is going to be generic to all of the blocks, all of the pipes. So all of the pipes are going to have the base block, because the pipe use is actually coming out of the last code part of the pipe itself, the block. So item, fluid, blah 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 blah. That's the last code part. Is boom. That's the pipe type. So that's already set up for me. I already have this. It's not done. Let's not use the D word. It's not done, but I've got the skeleton of this system up and running. And what I want to try to do today is get the game able to load and run and able to place the pipe and have it build. It's not going to build a network. It's not going to do anything like that. It's not going to actually move anything from A to B. But I want to take these baby steps, and I want to be able to place a pipe down and have it auto-detect which directions it needs to connect to, and actually do that, right? Because none of that stuff is actually saved. The Boolean arrays are saved. The connection joints are saved. But I'm not caring about the pipe network. I'm not caring about actually moving items right now. I want to be able to debug and test the building of the shape and ensure that system is good and working before I move on. Because if that's not working, then what's the point of making it move items if the connections aren't done? So there's a lot of code in here that is not done. There's a lot of it. Just because right now I don't need it. So with the block entity being the only unique item, that means like item pipes are going to be like BE item pipe or BE pipe item. Let's keep with the naming scheme here. BE pipe item. It's easier to search if you know it's a block entity. If you do BE block entity and then pipe, well, you know it's going to be a pipe. And then if you do the specific, so very generic to specific naming convention is kind of how I go with a lot of that. But BE pipe item will have a little bit of code. I'm trying to put as much generic functionality into the base class as I possibly can. But the specific class is actually where these handlers come in. And this is kind of where I landed with the handlers. Basically, yeah, not having a generic, not a generic, because if I put a T on this and then I make it a transport handler, then I would still have to instantiate the transport handler, and I can't introduce a static in a transport handler, right? I can't have these be static because they don't. A static version of this would not meet the requirements of the interface, and I need the interface because the interface is the thing that's declared. It's the thing that is used, and it is the thing that doesn't matter what type it is. The logic that moves stuff is going to be in the transport type, right? And so I am not 100% sure. I fundamentally understand what statics do, but I don't use them very often. And I don't know how to ensure that the transport handler, that I don't have thousands of copies of that. But I guess it doesn't really make a huge difference, but Anyway, the transport handler is set in a block entity. Oh, let's look at it. Oh, and welcome, Warma. And I'm glad I'm able to help. If you have any questions, these streams are the time to ask. And if I don't know the answer immediately, we can look it up. And I can show you the kind of process that I've gone through to learn how to, dig into the API and stuff. So, if you have a generic or even a specific question, let me know. Multi-blocks. Well, the Help Hammer is not really a multi-block. I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't. The Help Hammer is a block similar to the pulverizer that you add on to, right? So the pulverizer is a single block. It looks like a multi-block, but it's a single block if you actually look at the shape in the code. When you place the pulverizer, and I've never used a Help Hammer in the game, ever. So, pardon me for my ignorance with the Help Hammer. But the pulverizer is, when you place the block, you're actually placing the bottom of the block. And then it detects which orientation it is, and it just automatically places the top, on the top. But the objects inside of it, right? The pulverizer, I don't know what those things are called. The rods that bounce up and down, those are just shapes that are added to it, right? So, and then the caps are also just shapes that are added to it. So it's not actually a multi-block. The multi-block in the game, originally there was only one multi-block in the game, and that was the cementation furnace to make steel. That was a true multi-block. And yeah, that was the true multi-block. Now, I think there are a few more. The big doors, right? You got these really large, like 2x4 doors. Those are actually multi-blocks too. In the purest sense of the form. You place the door on the ground, and it's a single block, but the shape is enormous. But it actually places other collision boxes so you can open the door and you collide with it, right? So when the door is closed, it has a bunch of dummy blocks that it places, and then when you open it, it moves those blocks and it shifts them over, right? It gets rid of them so you can walk through the door. So the large doors are multi-blocks, and the cementation furnace are multi-blocks. Those are the two base game multi-blocks. The pulverizer isn't. The fruit press isn't. I don't think the Help Hammer is. Yeah, none of those are multi-blocks. And if you want to dig into the code, yeah, where it added the shapes. Yeah. So I don't know what you use to look at the code. I mean, you can browse the code on GitHub. I would not recommend it. It's very, very hard to follow, hard to analyze. Get yourself DN Spy. DN Spy is free. Can load and look. You can look at game code. B, and you can actually debug it. Believe it or not, it's not easy to do. There's a way to do it, but I have done it. I have actually debugged code in here at runtime to try to figure out how the base game is doing things, right? So this can attach itself to a process in memory just like Visual Studio can. And you can debug native code in here and follow all of the variables that you want to follow to try to figure out how things work. But yeah, I mean, come in here and you can do a search and you can do like do a search for like health. So you've got the block helve hammer, the block entity helve hammer, and you probably have a renderer. I saw a renderer in here somewhere. Yeah, helve hammer renderer. There's probably an inventory if it doesn't have a generic. Yeah, it probably has a generic inventory. But I'm assuming you know the difference between a block and a block entity. If you don't, those are some fundamental things. But the helve hammer, I mean, this is the only custom code for the helve hammer block, right? On interact, basically when you right click, it triggers this for the block on interact start, and it's looking for things. It looks for the helve hammer code. Probably this is what triggers when you right click the thing with the actual helve hammer head, right? And this is the thing that adds it to the block. There's probably a callback in here. Yeah, block entity right there. So it's actually setting the hammer stack. It's actually setting what hammer it is based on what's in your active hotbar. Right? And then it's taking it out right in here. It's taking it out of your hotbar after you put it in. So this code is very, very simple. This is putting, when you right click it with a helve hammer head, this is what essentially applies it to the block or the machine itself. And then the block entity is where all the magic happens. But yeah, here's all the helve hammer block entity stuff. So the block entity is, kind of what ticks. So wow, this thing ticks fast. This thing ticks every 25 milliseconds. Holy crap. Wow, that is incredibly fast. That is 1/4 of a 1/10 of a second. What is that, a 40th of a second? Do you multiply those? Os would know. He's good at math. Yeah, every 25 milliseconds. Wow, that's fast. But I'm sure, it's pounding on stuff, so I'm sure it's doing its thing. So yeah, this is basically the code that's run as it's, as it's ticking. It's funny, he doesn't have any code in here that bounces it out. Helve hammer. This thing, helve hammers, man, if you had a lot of these in a world, like a lot, they would just cripple the server. 25 milliseconds. Wow. So then you have, a bunch of cleanup code for the render and stuff. You do not want to leave your render dangling because it would leak a bunch of memory, so you want to dispose of it all. And then, yeah. So good times. Yeah, so I was scared at first. I never used it. I would waste more time. Oh no, DNSpy, oh my god. It's an actual lifesaver. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, you just load up, you add in all the vintage story stuff, right? API, lib, survival mod. I even got Visecraft in here, so I've peeked at that code. I've got QP Tech in here to look at Clinton's code. Now, it's not perfect, right? If you look at somebody's source code, and then you look at somebody's decompiled code, right? You can have differences. There are differences. The decompiler is not flawless. So if you're looking at something that doesn't quite make sense, if you're doing something that the code in DNSpy is like, why is it doing this? And I've run into code in Vintage Story, the API. I've run into code that is like, what the hell is going on here? Doesn't make any sense. Then I go up on GitHub and I go to the Angio Studios and I look at the actual source code file in their GitHub, and it's coded differently, right? A good example of that is a GUI. So we do like GUI. I don't even know. Let's look at GUI. Let's look at the kern. It's in here somewhere. There's the inventory. Block entity. Yeah, there's a lot of block entities. GUI dialog. There it is. I can never remember his naming convention. GUI dialog block entity kern. And now if you look at this, you can see this is the composer, right? So he's got all these dot. If you ever build a GUI and you're looking at base game GUI, this can be overwhelming. Another one would be GUI dialog. Let's look at Fire Pit. Setup dialog. Yeah, this is a doozy here. Here's another big block, and I've seen them crazy. I've seen them absolutely crazy, nearly impossible to deconstruct. Well, if you look at this, the reason why it's all on one line is that's how the compiler does it, right? That's how the compiler manages it. I don't think anybody actually codes like this, because that would be insane. If you actually look at my GUI code from just any of my GUIs, let's use one that's a little bit more complex. How about the Metal Press? So here's the code in the Metal Press right here. Here's the code. Now, this is essentially building, every dot is building a new asset in the GUI. This is a lot easier to follow. One thing at a time. This is the shaded dialog. That's the whole dialog, right? Add dialog title bar. Begin child elements. Here's the inset. Here's a dynamic custom draw. That's the power bar that I built. This is a custom draw that I invented. Here's the slot grid. Another inset. Another static text. Another slot grid. So you just one thing after another as you go down, and you're just building the GUI piece by piece. Versus blah blah. Like this is like barfing it all into one line. It's very hard to follow. So yeah, the dnspy can mess it up a little bit. So depending on code availability, if you run into something that doesn't quite make sense or is hard to read, look at the actual code, and then you'll get along just fine. An idea to fix it. Simple wording using JSON. I'm making a LED lantern mod. The recipes are showing name is correct. How the textures are not mapping. When you run into problems like that, what is usually the problem is domain issues. Okay, domain issues. And here I'll describe the domain issues as briefly as I can. Okay, so the game, all of the base game assets are all under the game domain. It's not explicit. It's not if you go to assets here and you go to survival, you don't see a domain in here. But if no domain is given, if there is no domain, it assumes the game domain, right? It assumes the game domain. So the game domain is like the base game stuff. If you have a mod, let's say you have your LED lantern mod, and you have your own custom domain, right? You have your own custom domain, which is just a directory off of assets. That's your domain. So all my domain for my mod is VINTENG. That's Vintage Engineering. That's my domain. Everything under that is in that domain. Now, if I have something in this domain but references a base game object, let's say I have a shape that references a base game texture, right? And I'm trying to think of possibly something that I have in here that actually references a base game texture. Let's take a peek. That doesn't have any textures in it. Gear, I doubt. I don't think this will have any textures. Nope. God, I'm trying to think of an example. Most of the stuff that I have in here it references my own textures, right? So anything in Vintage Engineering is going to reference, it's going to default to this domain, and that's where it's going to look. It exists in this domain. That's where it's going to look. Yeah, I don't think any of my machines reference base game stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct example from Vintage that I can show. Yeah, a lot of these textures aren't set, but they're set in JSON. So if we go to JSON, we go to basically like maybe item types, parts, braided wire. Let's see. Just trying to find the best example here. Okay, here's a good example. So here's my braided wire. The shape has no domain on it, right? The shape has no domain on it because we're already in the Vintage Engineering domain. So that's where it's looking. But my texture, if you notice, I've got the game domain on it. Right? I've got the game domain on it. So this ensures that it's actually not going to look in my directory or my domain. It's going to actually look in the base game stuff. So if your textures are not loading, you can do this if you're referencing base game textures in your shapes or in your JSON, but you're in a different domain. You want to prefix it with a game domain. Game : will actually force it to look in the base game stuff. So the domain, getting your domain wires crossed, is probably one of the biggest causes of shenanigans like that. If it would help, the code I'm working at is on VS Discord mod dev. I mean, I can poke in there and check really quick. Is it? I'm in mod dev. I don't think that's you. Mamasu? Mamasu? I don't know. The names aren't matching. Plus that doesn't have anything to do with a LED lantern. And I'm not really wanting to oh, there's LED texture for the lantern. Okay. Now that I see what it is, what you're going to want to do with your metal lantern op-ad. How many times? I stream every Wednesday. Every Wednesday is vintage modding. Your value in your second one. So let me copy that code that you had. Right. So this is Let's just make it. No, don't do that, you stupid editor. Like that. This is why I use VS Code for my JSON. VS Code tells me where the errors are, right? It actually wants well-defined JSON. And let's just save this. And I'm going to save this in, let's just save it in the base game. We're going to do this test.json. Okay. This VS Code automatically looks at JSON and goes, oh, look at all these mistakes. There's a bunch of problems here. This is a main problem right here. What it's probably doing is hitting this line, it's erroring out and just bombing out of the whole thing. That's what it's probably doing. But if it's trying to do this, this is not going to work, right? This is not going to work. Let's see, add lantern LED. Oh, stop doing it. Block types. Metal lantern. You're adding block textures, block metal lantern LED. And you're adding. Let's open block types metal lantern in code. And yeah, all of the base game JSON is malformed because you're supposed to put quotes around all of these. So yeah, you're gonna see a bunch of errors, a bunch of squiggly lines, but you know it is what it is. So textures, block metal lantern LED. So if we go down to textures here, block metal lantern LED. Textures. There is no sub. Yeah, this path is the path in the file, right? It's the path in the file. So /texture or textures here, that gets you into there. Block, there is no block inside. There is no block in here, right? There is no block. It's just textures, and then there's a bunch of values in textures. So this, I don't even know what this is doing. This is doing probably some pretty bad things. Yeah. That's probably really messing up this textures by a lot. Deco. Yeah, there is no block. So this is wrong. This path is wrong. This path is definitely wrong then. Textures, block, metal, lantern, LED, deco. This is there is no path in there with this here because it's textures and then there's just a bunch of textures in there. Right? And you're adding a line onto LED deco which doesn't also exist. So yeah, your patch JSON is all sorts of messed up. And then metal, block types on a lantern, creative inventory stacks by type. Okay, you've got that. Star.-up, you've got that. 0, you figured out that this is an array, so that's 0. And then stacks, you've got in there, and you're adding. So this is actually right. The dash, you got that right. That's adding to the end of this. And you're adding block lantern up. attributes, material lead. Well, I don't know. Like, why are you adding a creative inventory? I don't understand. Like, I kind of have a rule. I basically ignore creative stuff. I'm a purist. Everything I do is in survival. Even the big cathedral that I built, that was all in survival. The only time I ever jump into creative is if I'm desperate and I'm testing stuff. Otherwise, I just ignore creative. But anyway, lantern up. You're just adding a lead lantern. Yeah, you're just adding a lead lantern. But yeah, the big problem are your paths. Your paths are wrong. The path is the path in the file. You don't have to reinvent the path, block, metal, lantern. You don't have to reinvent the path. The path is the file. Think of these as directories, and you're kind of burrowing into the directory. So the creative one is right. This one is right. These two are wrong. Yeah. So fun times. And then if this was right, and I want to say you have to do this, right? I want to say that. Try it both ways, with or without this, but I think having this before is basically starting you at the root. But then you would have path. You're adding path to the textures, right? You're adding this. You're in the textures already, right? You've got a whole lot of values in here. So we would just take deco lead, put it in there, and then the value would be that, and then no comma there, right? So the value is that. Anything after colon a value, right? Anything after this gets added, right? Until you hit the squiggly mark, until you hit this. So you don't need a quote. You don't need quotes around this. This will get added to this, right? And this will add deco lead, or should add deco lead to this texture list, right? It should add it, but this is more along the lines of what you want right here. I'm pretty sure you add your path up here. But test that out. That should work, but it's been a while since I've done JSON patching. My brain doesn't switch gears that fast anymore. But yeah, that should work, at least for this block here, and then your path up here would be similar if you're doing textures, right? So this, and then take that away. So that is more along the lines of what you want. But you're adding another texture. See, you're adding two textures into this base. I don't know why you're doing this here and then you're doing another one here with a deco lead. Like, why are you adding a base value to a texture when there's no base inside of here? Anyway, that's the gist of it. But yeah, at least you have this in quotes. Yeah. If you look at all of my JSON, you notice that it's all properly formed, right? I went through and I made sure, open file, if we go into like even like the Forge, all of my JSON is all quoted and properly formatted. Just because I'm making use of VS Code's automatic verifier, JSON verifier. Whereas I don't know, all the base game stuff just, yeah, I don't know why they didn't do it. It would be, you could probably write a macro that does it. Like I don't even know at this point, but yeah, all my stuff is properly formatted. Okay. Let's get back to it, y'all. Not going to get much done today. Even though I'm loving the. Ooh, as I was describing that, let me catch up with chat. Oh, so for path, it should be just textures instead of the long. Oh yeah, yeah. The path is specifically the path in the file. That's what the path is. The file is the file that you're opening. The path is basically the path burrowed into the file. I'll check this out then. One has a base and the deco one. Yeah. Okay. Like I know my random things mod, Buggy's random things. I added a craftable chandelier, but I had to basically roll my own block type craftable chandelier because there's something having to do with the base game hard coded, like the chandelier something like I just had to roll my own. So plus I edited the light output so it's all bright and stuff. Okay. So one thing I need to test is a actual pipe. So let's add folder pipes, and then we're going to add class be pipe item. Be pipe base. Okay, and then we need to set the handler I want these next to one another. Oh my god. Transport handler. That's why. Transport handler equals new item transport handler. There we go. I mean, a new instance is not going to. I mean, it's the footprint of the object. I'm trying to keep very, very small. And then transport handler dot pipe type equals dot item. Oh, is this? Damn it. I'm an idiot. The pipe type is already set because it's the item transport handler. That's my brain. It hiccuped. I'm sorry, it hiccuped. So it's not doing anything yet. We're a ways from doing that, but pipe type already gets set to item. I can't add modifiers to this because the interface does it. But it is a get only, so I can't override the pipe type. It is hard coded, hard set to item already. Right? So initialize transport handler equals new transport item transport handler, because this is the item pipe. We're going to close the block for a bit so I can actually look at how to do this. So remember, if I don't override something in here, it's gonna call the base class 1 anyway. So I don't need to override all of these, even though I have them set to virtual. I set them all to virtual just in case somebody wants to override them. But there's still a ton of work to do in here, especially when it comes to networking and trying to figure out what I want to do with that. I'm still on the fence whether or not we need networks. But yeah, mark pipe dirty, and it is what it is. This is not all done yet. I just want to try to get it buildable in the game. Rebuild shape. Oh, these are all protected, right? Yeah, these are all protected. So protected. Hello? Is he back?
I'm not muted, am I? I was talking to the puppy.
Ah, I see. So anybody who's not unsure of all the different access types, right? So public is obviously public. Like anybody can instantiate a version of that. Anybody can declare a version of that. And if you inherit it, you can have access to any of the public items. Protected means any, like, it's available in the class and any derived class, right? So protected means because my pipe item is derived from this, I have access to all the protected variables. Private means only the class that declares it, right? Only the class that declares it has access to it. That's private. And there's one called internal, and internal is only in the library that's associated with. So only in the DLL, only in a single like DLL library is it available. I have literally never run into a situation where I need an internal, because most of the time I'm modding games, and yeah, you don't need internal because you're modding a game. There are some classes in Vintage Story that are marked as internal, and they're kind of frustrating because you can't declare them in a mod. You can't use them. Okay, so what else do we need? We're setting the transport handler. We already set the base. We're fine with that. I just need to run down my objects here and see what I might be missing. Yeah, I don't need... Yeah, we have virtual here. I don't need to override this. Again, I want the base object to have 95% of the functionality here, right? The individual pipes only need to specify like how they move items. and you know, maybe some other small things, but the pipes themselves should be very, very basic very, very specific on what functionality they have, what handler they use, and then the base class should have the bulk of the weightlifting. So a modder that wants to add, say, a gas pipe will be able to do so by simply tweaking the JSON. So if we go in here, blocks, pipes, right? So in my mind, if you want to add a gas pipe, you would add a JSON patch that adds gas to this, because remember, these values match. We look at the API, these values right here. So gas is available, right? If you wanted to do a gas pipe, there it is. So you would just add gas to here. You would add so the class will actually be not by type. Well, we're gonna do star with that. So you would add maybe entity class by type. You would add a star dash gas, and you would add a custom block entity type for gas, and then in your mod you would have your own handler, gas transport handler, implementing iTransport handler. You have to use the interface, and then you would add your own block entity based on my block entity, right? So you would have BE pipe gas, and you would have gas transport handler, and then all you would need to do is set basically what I'm doing in here. You would set your transport handler to that, and it would basically just work. In my mind, that's how it's working. And that would add the gas handler. Very, very straightforward. Because most of the heavy lifting is done in the base class. And then you would have to do all the logic, right? If you're doing the gas handler, you have to do the logic of moving the gas, however that is implemented. You know, if you have a mod, like a mechanism mod, that adds gas as a thing, as an item stack that you can move around, it's up to you to figure out how everything moves. But I'm trying my best to make this process as easy to supplement and augment and expand as possible. So two tree attributes. Yeah, I need to I need to call base. So the base from tree attributes is gonna run this entire block of code, right? It's gonna require this block of code. Now, I add these comments to help me think and to help people understand why we're in these functions. And if anybody's confused, right, about how the game works, I try to do this to help people. So from tree attributes, again, I've gone over this many, many times. From tree attributes is called when stuff is loaded off of disk by the server, a chunk is loaded, the world itself is loaded. That's from tree attributes. It's called every single block, right? As it's loading, it's actually calling this function. And the tree attributes are saved to disk in a big database. The save game is just a big database. Right? So that's one reason. By the server, when a chunk or world loads one of these, which is just one of these block entities. Alternatively, by the client, when the data is received from the server. So the same functions are called when stuff is loaded off of disk and by the client from the server. Because the server, in order to sync to the client, it basically packages everything up. 2 tree attributes. So, like, if you're in a block entity and you mark it dirty and you say redraw it on the client, right? Mark dirty true. What it does is it calls the 2 tree attributes, wraps it up into a little bow, spits it off to the client. The client grabs the tree, the object, the binary object, grabs it and calls from tree attributes on that object, and then unpacks everything. And the data that's sent, right, when it packages everything up and ships it, it ships like the block position. It ships extra information that you don't see here because it needs to know which block to call from tree attributes. So there's stuff going on behind the scenes that you're not really seeing. The important bit is this code is run by the server when one of these things is loaded, or by the client. Now you notice the client doesn't load it when the world is loaded, because only the server loads the world. The client is a dummy terminal into the server. When you interact with something in a client, it has to be synced to the server. So what this does is when it loads it off the server, and remember, the same code is being run on both sides. The server, when something is loaded, is calling this, right? It's calling that, and then it's going to be like running this code, right? I want to run all of the base stuff first, which then, again, calls base. Like, it just calls the whole tree. You need to be able to sync all that material up. And then coming in here, it's going to grab more specific items for the pipe, network ID, all of the Boolean arrays, right? All of the, all the Boolean arrays for all the different connections. All of that information gets loaded in here. I do mark the pipe dirty, which is going to run a whole bunch of logic on it. So we still have a bit more logic to write in there, but that's going to mark it dirty, and then it's going to pop in here and go, okay, what do I do now? And the reason why I'm doing on the server is only the server is going to tick, right? The item movement, moving items or fluids from A to B, that's only going to be done on the server. The client, it does not matter. The fewer things the client is ticking and doing, the better, because that just improves your FPS. But the server is constantly blasting the client with data. Anytime you place a block, anytime you change an inventory, like all of that stuff is getting blasted to the client constantly. There's probably something could be done for the efficiency of that, like zipping up the packet. Like, I don't know. Tyrone will have to look into that. But if you've got dozens of machines moving items and fluid all over the place, and there's inventories and all that stuff flying out, I mean, the internet would just get... Yeah. Anyway, so if we are on the server for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f++. I use F because those are the block faces. Remember, again, the block faces are done in northeast, southwest, up, down index mode. Every single one of them is like that, right? So it's very, very consistent, very, very easy to iterate through. And 6, I know there's 6 items, right? So I need to index from 0 to 5 because C# is 0-based index. So now I just need to go through if extraction nodes of F does not equal null. That means when we loaded from disk, we'll go back down here, right? We are loading the extraction nodes off of disk. Now, one of the, we're not loading the handlers off of disk because the handlers are individually instantiated when you run the game, so they could be different. As well as when we're loading from disk, we are also redoing the tick listeners, and I'm gonna have to do something with that, right? So if we do this, there's also a from tree attributes down here, right? So again, if we're loading off of disk, then we absolutely need to re-register the tick listener if we're loading it off of disk. If we're not, if something just changed, I'm not sure if the server recalls this at all. If the chunk is loaded and it's ticking, I don't think the server redoes from tree attribute. I just don't think it does. It's only when you leave and the chunk unloads and saves to disk, and you come back and it loads it back off of disk does it get run. So, like, there's probably a efficiency I can do here because it's detecting if the listener ID, it's just basically resetting it. But only on the server. So, yeah, there's a little bit of debugging here that I'm going to have to pay attention to. And hey, Terrakesh, how's it going? Does the client actually need to know in which pipe block a packet is at any specific moment? Which pipe block? A packet is specific to the block. The packet is encoded with the block position, X, Y, and Z position. And only that block is given the packet, right? A packet is not generic to just whoever picks it up. The packet is specific to the block position and the block entity position of that block. When it's sent, if you go into the deep tree, if you follow the deep tree of that block packet, you can see that it's, as it's filtering through, it's figuring out which block to give the packet to. So when you mark it dirty, the mark dirty is like, oh, it already has the block position of that mark dirty event. Therefore, we need to mark just that block dirty. And the mark dirty also, it also can trigger neighbor block updates. Like it sort of cascades out from that. But yeah, the from tree attributes is specific to that exact position. And I redo the position here because I want to be able to ensure that we have the right position there. When an item is passing through that pipe network. Okay. So I'm modeling the mod. I'm modeling this feature, the transport feature of the mod, off of the pipes Pipez mod for Minecraft. Right? The low latency or the low impact version of item movement. And the reason for that is My number one priority with this mod is performance. Trying to save as much performance as possible and not bog the server down and crush your FPS or your update rate for the server. That's anytime I implement a machine or a feature, that's the first thing on my mind. How do I manage to not crush performance? And anybody out there who understands programming understands that, like a conveyor belt, if you have 100 conveyor belts in the world, in a voxel world, each one of those blocks has to be ticked, right? You're moving something from A to B in the block. If you're animating that, every tick, you need to move that thing. And every tick, when it gets to the end, you need to look at the next block and try to hand it off, right? There's a lot of individual logic that has to be done in a conveyor belt to move items from A to B constantly. There are little efficiencies that you can do. Factorio does it. If a belt is completely full, it's a lot faster to simulate. But in the end, conveyor belts are horribly costly when it comes to simulation. It's just incredibly costly. But the Pipes mod, go ahead.
If you want to reach megabase status, having an efficient item transportation network is essential.
If you want a lot of machines or a lot of automation, and you want an industrial looking industry, right? Refineries, smelters, crafters, like if you want a look of like in industry, having an efficient movement system is key, because otherwise I want most of my performance, most of the server cost to be in the machine crafting power network, right? Which is why my power system only ticks 4 times a second. Every quarter of a second is the electricity tick. So you don't need any faster than that. You really don't. Everything is weighted based on power per second instead of power per tick. In Minecraft, everything is based on power per tick because everything ticks at 20 times a second. It's obscene how fast, how much stuff ticks. You don't need to tick stuff that fast. You just don't. So my machines tick at 10 times per second, which is outrageously fast. Like, it's super fast, except when they're sleeping. If a machine is sleeping, and you can tell by looking at it whether or not it's sleeping, it actually tells you up in the HUD as a debug whether or not it's on or sleeping. Sleeping means it's on, but not crafting. And sleeping means it only ticks every 2 seconds, right? So I'm trying to do everything I can to protect performance. So the Pipes mod does that the way that they implemented the Pipes mod, the way they implemented movement. So to get back to your question, and I apologize, that was a crazy tangent to go on, but that foundation bit led to the Pipes mod does not simulate the time it takes to transport stuff from A to B. It is input from A, output to B in the same tick. Item A goes in, comes out here in the same tick, right? But only in one movement does it do that every tick. So let's say you don't have an upgrade, right? No upgrade in the pipe, and you're moving items. By default, the pipes will move 1 item per second unupgraded. So unupgraded 1 item per second. It's still pretty fast. It's a stack of items, almost every minute. And if you don't need huge throughput, that's fine, right? You don't need to move more than that at once. So by default, it's 1 item per second. Well, that means that I can really help performance by ensuring that pipe only ever ticks once a second, which is nothing in computer terms. Once every second, that's crazy. But it also will only move in 1 second, 1 item at a time. right? It'll move an item and it'll look at an output. If the output is full, it'll go to the next output until at such a time it actually moves the item, and then it bombs out, and then the next second, boom, it goes in and does it again. And every second it'll look for a place to put something. If it goes all the way through and doesn't find anything, right? Maybe I can help it add a feature where the pipes go to sleep as well. That could be a feature that I add to the extraction nodes. If you get all the way through the transport function and nothing is moved, like maybe skip the next tick or something. Like maybe like go to sleep for a second because nothing is moved. The very next tick, the very next second, it's going to try it again, and it's going to try again, and it's going to keep trying over and over and over again until something changes. So there could be some optimization there, but a maxed upgrade, max tier upgrade, might move a full stack per tick, and a full stack can be anywhere from 32 firewood to 400 nuggets in my mods anyway. And what it's going to try to do is move the whole stack every tick, right? And so that tick rate, instead of being 1 second, might be 1/10 of a second. So every 1/10 of a second is going to try to move a stack. But it's not going to simulate the distance between input and output, because when you do that, now you have to tick the pipe many times. You have to tick the pipe because it has to basically count down the time it takes to get to someplace, right? Let's say the pipe length is 20 blocks and the pipe movement speed is a block per second, right? So on average, it would take 20 seconds to get from A to B. Well, then I have to keep track of how many stacks are actually in the pipe. Every tick, I have to be like, oh, here's another stack, here's another, and now I have to simulate them. That's a lot of data to have to simulate and a lot of data to have to keep track of. And I can't put it to sleep. I have to simulate it because the travel time has to be there. And it's just, all that does is give people warm, fuzzy feelings going, oh, that's more realistic. It's like, right, but the game is not realistic, right? If you're going for realism, then go outside and dig a hole and build a house out of mud and forest floor. Like, I'm not building this mod to be realistic. And I want people to be able to build big factories. I want people to be able to build oil pump jacks, pumping oil, big refineries, refining into, fuel, pushing that into generators. Like, I want people to be able to build things, not worry about too many pipes or conveyor belts bogging their system down. So yeah. It's performance based reasoning. Okay. So, this code here, again, we're loading all the base stuff. If we're on the server, right, the server is the only thing. If we actually look at our pipe extraction node, and we go to tick rate, right here we're saying if handler equals null, return, meaning we haven't set it yet. Don't try to use it because this would crash if you tried to use it. That's null. That would be bad. So we're gonna transport tick into the handler, which is why you use the interface and not instantiate the actual class type. And then what we can do here is, I think I have an API. I do. So what I can do is, if I can find it, there it is. If handler equals no, or API.side equals client, right? If we're on the client, don't even bother ticking. I don't even want to tick if we're on the client. Only tick on the server if we have a handler and we're good to go. Because this is the function that gets registered to actually tick. When we register the tick event with the block entity, this is the function it's pointing to for the pipe extraction node. So this is what's getting ticked by the base game, and then we want to pass that off to the handler. So very, very basic function here, but only do so on the client. So the server is, or the clients are not ticking, which saves an immense amount of things. And I think I have multiple layers ensuring that, because if we go to the block entity, and I think I have a register, add extraction tick event, I have it on here to only register it if we're on the server. So I really make sure that we only ever tick on the server. If we're on the client, do not register it. We don't care. We're not going to tick on the client. Okay, so, and I do the same with my machines. The machines only tick on the server, and the electrical networks only tick on the server. So yeah, the server is the master of all things. All right, so this reassigns the handler to this item pipe. So to get back to it here, we have another block class that we have to register. API.register block class, and this is going to be VE pipe. Pipe block. Type of block pipe base. Ooh. Yeah, abstract. You can't instantiate you really can't instantiate an abstract class. You really shouldn't. Block pipe base. Now, base is okay. It sort of indicates, you can inherit it if you want. I don't think we need to specify it. I already have the enum pipe use here. That's derived from the last code part, right? I'm parsing the enum based on that last code part. This line of code could easily cause problems if somebody tries to add a variant of the pipe that doesn't match my enum, right? Enum pipe use. Those are the valid values for that pipe type right there. I tried to cover all my bases, right? These first two are the only two that I'm currently planning on implementing right now. Obviously, if I did, I'm absolutely not going to do energy. I worked 8 months building the electrical system for wiring. I'm not going to I'm not going to negate all that work by implementing yet another energy system, or an energy transmission system. But gas, heat, signal, like these, if somebody wants to implement that, but if you do gas, obviously you would need a lot. There would be a lot more work involved with that, because you would have to figure out how to move gas, you probably have to have your own item slot gas only. So there's an item slot liquid only. You'd probably have item slot gas only, and then there'd be lots and lots of stuff on that. But let's see, we have to go back to here. So there's the pipe block, VE pipe block. So this string here is actually what gets mapped to this class. So class by type star means all of the types get the same block type. But entity class is your block entity, and that is specific. So yeah, as cool as this would have been, type of block entity pipe item. There it is. I just had to use the right namespace there. I don't know why is my recipes game content in there? I don't need that. So this is that right there. So when I place a block or place a pipe, it's going to make sure that these are the objects that it uses to instantiate. Not 100% sure how that system works. How it converts a string into a type. Like, whew, man. Crazy. But I need to take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back and catch up on chat when I get back. All right. Anybody notice I got a new chair? There's a high back chair now. My old chair, you can see it behind me. I mean, it's really, really dark back there, but yeah. This was essentially a birthday gift from my older brother.
How's that working for you so far?
Oh, it's so nice. I can actually like lean back and like, oh.
Yeah.
It's a high back, right? So I can just rest my head. Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah, I recommend not relying on that too much because that's bad actually for your posture. Having one that you can kind of let go of and rest on isn't so bad. But if you're gaming and you use it as support, that's bad for you.
Well, I can lock it in place and then I can't lean back. Right? It doesn't rock if I lock it into place.
Okay.
So, but if I'm sitting here programming and I need to ponder, right? If I need to ponder something, I just lean back.
Oh yeah.
And ponder, right? So nice. My other chair did not do that. Plus, it's got a lever over here. It can literally like recline, and I could literally like almost lay flat and just fall asleep. I'm not gonna do. I don't want to do that, but anyway, let's see if I can build it. So I can build it. That's good. How much coffee do I have left? Oh, come on. um. Okay, so before I run this, let's run through what happens if I place one of these blocks. So, the game is going to pick this up, right? Block types, pipes, whatever. It's going to pick this up. First of all, I need to look at the language file and check. Okay, here's all the pipe. Here's a bunch of the pipe stuff down here. I need to. Yeah, I have all the items and blocks up here, but yeah, anybody who's been trying to keep up with my translation files, I apologize for how crazy spastic it is. But as I'm programming, I can't think of like, what's the best way to do this? It's just like I just have to put these strings in there and move on because yeah. Which is why I kind of told people like hold off on translation for now until I get actually. The best way to do is wait until I have the LV tier done, right? LV tier is done. I have stated as much. We are moving on to the MB tier and the crazy shenanigans of that. Then what I'll do is I'll lock all of the strings into here, and then only new strings get placed below that, right? LV tier is locked. And when I say LV tier, I mean, all of the current machines, all of the current stuff, plus a few more things, right? The pipe system, the multi-block creosote oven, an alloy oven, like those kinds of things, getting all of that operational and getting it all in, because a couple of those are going to be multi-blocks. It's going to be gnarly, but anyway, like once all of that is done, then I'll go like LV tier is done. We're moving to the next phase. Then I will ensure that all of this stuff is locked in. I won't add, I won't add ones in the middle of everything, which just makes it harder for translators to figure out which strings are missing. Because yeah. So in here, I want Vent Engineering block because these have certain block dash. So block dash pipe dash probably, yeah, item. Item pipes, item pipe. And then you copy that, and then you do that, and then you add DESC. Move items from move items around. I don't know. Move items your factory. Upgradable. Right click with a wrench on a connection node to put to extraction mode. Shift right click with a wrench to remove a connection node. Okay. Now the nodes themselves, we already have the GUI title, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to do about that, but these two things here, this is what the handbook uses. The pipe item is the actual thing, right? Pipe dash item comes from the code dash variant, right? And then block determines if it's an item or a block, and if it's in block types, it's a block. Now let's check this really quick. I just want to see. This is going to error right here. Because, yeah, it couldn't map that code to anything. It might throw an error, but it would be a JSON error. I'm not sure how extreme it would be. But let's run through. And the pipe connections, these are the little nubs that we add with code. And these are not in the handbook, right? So we don't need any translations for any of these, because these are going to be invisible. These are going to be 12 different shapes of block that are going to be invisible because, yeah, for reasons. So let's kind of run through just briefly what happens when we place one of these blocks. I just want to verify that I didn't miss anything really, really bad. So when we place a block, on block placed, it's going to grab the block entity. It's going to mark the pipe dirty. It's going to inform the pipe manager. Okay. So that is on a pipe block placed. This should not do anything right now. Yep. This does not do anything right now. I'm not doing anything with the pipes. I should. Yeah, this might be a problem. So whenever you're coding, it's always the edge cases that take you by surprise. Well, yeah, I was going to look up at chat here. Everything in between the client has no idea what happened. Okay, let me go up a little bit. So you see the pipes on it. Yeah. You could think of it that way. The pipe system, it's just one pipe, right? It's just one thing that you're going input and then output. The distance between things doesn't matter. Which is why when you look at like the pipes mod in Minecraft, one of the tests that he did, he added like 128 pipes, this zigzag pipe system that went all the way, and then A to B, it was just instantaneous, right? There was no it wasn't ticking, right? The important thing is a pipe block that has no extraction nodes at all is not ticking. That's the important thing. The pipes that are just dummy pipes that are, even the insertion nodes, if it's inserting into the machine, it's not ticking. The only pipe blocks that are ticking are the extraction nodes. Right? If a pipe block has 3 different extraction nodes with 3 different upgrades in it, it's got 3 different tick rates. That's calling 3 different update functions. That's the only block in the whole network that's ticking. The only thing that's ticking are the extraction nodes. That is important. That is vitally important. If every single pipe block was ticking, which would be the case if it was a conveyor belt, like a visual thing, that is a problem. That's a huge problem. So yeah, the benefit there is only the extraction nodes are the thing that are ticking. So the problem, the edge cases here, this is what really bites you. Is my audio? Why am I seeing the audio bitrate is 0?
I think you're talking. Yeah, I can definitely hear you.
Okay. Stupid YouTube. Giving me errors, making me worried. So there's an edge case here, and this is what always bites you in terms of bugs, are these edge cases. So right now, on game save, I detect if pipe networks.count is greater than 0, meaning, hey, if I actually have pipe networks, then save them to disk. Now, anybody logically minded who's been a programmer for a while can see this and go, well, there's a possible bug. There's a glaring bad possible bug here. And that is, if you load a world that has pipe networks, it will load them just fine, right? It will load them just fine. But in the process, let's say you load a world that has a pipe network, and the very first thing you do is remove all the pipes, effectively erasing the pipe network. Then, we actually remove the somewhere in here, I haven't written it yet, would be on the on pipe block broken. So when you break that very last pipe, it'll detect that as, this is the last block position, and it'll basically remove the network from the dictionary, pipe networks, effectively rendering the count to 0. Now, the next time the game saves, because it doesn't save continuously, there are pulses that it saves at, it's going to come in here, and it's going to say, I don't have any networks, so don't save. But I've already erased the network. So when it saves, or when it doesn't save, right, it won't override the fact that there are no networks. Right? So the next time you load the world, a pipe network will exist. It will be loaded, but there will be no pipes associated with it. So that'll be a dangling bit of code or object on the save game that is not actually mapped to anything anymore. So it'll actually load the network, but they won't actually be assigned to anything. So that is a massive, massive bug. So, I want to not have this. I wonder if my electrical network does that. I don't want to get into it right now. So network bytes store data. Network bytes. So if we go down to network bytes, obviously function byte. So this is storing the data. This store data is serializing, right? It's serializing this, but this network bytes, I don't want to return null. I want to return new byte of 0. Right? So this, if there are networks, return the serialized networks. Serialize is a built-in system using the protobuf system. So if you look at the actual pipe network, you can see proto contract, proto member 1, 2, and 3. This is what gets serialized with that call. These things here. None of this other stuff does. Just these. That's what that protobuf does. So this just iterates to ensure that the ID is set, because I've had some shenanigans happen with that with my electrical network system. And then serialize the networks. All of the values of the networks. If their count is 0, meaning the networks are empty, send an empty byte array, and hopefully this will store that empty byte array. Network bytes does not equal null, and network bytes dot length is greater than 0. Well, I need to initialize, because that next ID might be encoded. So I need to go initialize network. If networks dot length greater than 0? Meaning the actual thing is good to go? Should I set this to 1? Because I know for a fact that even if it's just one network, it's going to be bigger than 1 byte. So deserialize, and then else. We need to instantiate it. New dictionary. Right? We need it to instantiate, so it's there and ready for us. Otherwise, load it off of disk. And then grab the next network ID. But also save game loaded. Okay, returns null. Network bytes does not equal null. And next ID bytes does not equal null. This, the only time this would be false, meaning one of these is null or both of them are null, would be loading, right? Loading a world that this feature was not implemented on yet. Like this mod. If you install this mod on an existing world, when it loads, this get data will return null if the key, the string, does not exist. I'll probably preface this with VE to ensure that I'm not overriding if somebody else does a pipe system, right? So when this gets data, like when I load the world, right? When I load my debug world, when this goes through, these will both be null. So these two will both equal null, which won't initialize the network. So this already initializes to 1. So I don't need to worry about that. But I need to well, if I try to initialize the network manager regardless, let's just for a moment do this. Do this. So if either of these are null, doesn't really matter. Initializing network, coming in here. I've already grabbed this. Then I just need to do if next ID does not equal null. Do that. Else. Well, the next ID automatically gets set to 1 anyway, so I don't need to override it. I only need to override it if we get that value from the save game. Because the very first time we load the world, that gets set to 1, and the next time it saves, it will actually save the value of 1. So that's fine. This is why before I run it the first time, I try to run through like everything that's going to happen, because I've been programming for what, 4 weeks. This is my 4th stream, I think, for pipe system. I've been programming for 4 weeks. Like if I try to load the world, I could totally foobar my test world. So if networks.length is greater than 0 and network, well, let's do, I need to, networks does not equal null and networks.length is greater than 0. So if it checks this and it fails, it won't even check this. It'll just fail and go to here. So, okay. That will ensure I don't completely corrupt my save game, at the very least. Okay. Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with having a byte of 1. Because it's literally going to write that. It's literally going to write that to the save game, and a zero length array, like you're literally writing nothing. So when you try to load nothing, what happens when you try to load nothing? I don't know. So a 1 based, so that means this greater than 1, right? Because by default, if it saves and loads, it's going to be 1. But if it saves an actual network, it's definitely going to be more than 1. It's going to be many, many bytes. Okay, so that takes care of any potential problems there. On block placed, obviously, this is not going to do anything. Base doesn't really do anything. This should be fine. The block entity, I don't think I have on block placed. It's going to instantiate this, which is going to, it's going to call initialize. Connection sides. I can undo that because, yeah, I had commented that out when I was working on my try to get generics to work. Any reference to it. This is one of the reasons I couldn't get a generic on the pipe extraction node, because the pipe extraction node is generic already. It is the extraction node for everything. So the initialize here, I call the base, which calls all of these, setting everything up. Remember, when you first place the block, the initialize call right after the block entity was spawned, which means you placed it, or loaded from a newly loaded chunk. That's not valid because we just placed the block. So when we first place the block, this is called, which calls base, so that bops into here, which calls this base, and then it calls all of these. So it initializes all my arrays. Then it comes back in here, and it sets the transport handler of the actual pipe item, right? So I'm setting it to a new transport handler. Which doesn't really do anything. I'm not ticking anything. I was really hoping. I mean, this transport handler is static. If I go to here, right here, I don't know what this does in this context. When I have a base class with a static and then a derived class that sets the static, I don't know how, if that's memory efficient. I don't have enough experience with static and all of the myriad ways that they can be used. What I was trying to do is make a handler that was generic that I could just send the valid data to. Like, I wanted to make this a static, but I couldn't make this a static and use an interface. I don't think I can do that. Nor can I make the class static. Because if I make the class static, everything inside of it has to be static. So what I was hoping for is just one thing in memory, and that all of the pipes call or use that function in memory, and all it does, it's just a generic thing that handles everything. It's a very specific use case, but it's hard to find example code with that exact use case in mind. And I don't have enough experience with it. So I was hoping to get it working the way that I want. But this just sets the handler. And then on the from tree attributes, we have set handler here. So yeah, I don't know if a base class static, because what happens if I have a fluid pipe? This is still static. So the transport handler would be the fluid side. So does the block entity, does the specific one, if it was fluid, I don't know. If anybody has the experience with that, let me know. Because I really don't want to instantiate a brand new one of these for every single pipe. But I guess... Oh, man. I just don't know. I'm going to take static off for now. I'm not sure how that was going to be handled. So, anyway, what I could do... No. God, I don't know. Anyway, let's not get bogged down here. So when we place it, it gets initialized. Again, we go through here. We set the handler to a new transport handler. There's probably a way to... I don't know. I mean, there might be a way to instantiate a handler in here, right? Vintage engineering mod, set the handler in here and just set each of these handlers to that value every time. So it's using the same handler, but I don't know how that would behave. I really don't. Because the parts of the game are multi-threaded, so I don't know. Okay, so initialize. That's essentially it. Now, don't forget, we probably... let's look at the block again. On block placed. Mark pipe dirty. Yes. Pipe block entity, mark pipe dirty. So we are marking it dirty. Mark pipe dirty iterates and looks at all the faces. So I think let's do a really basic test. Oh, shit. Yep. Why are you trying to save game? Type is not expected. What? What? That doesn't make any sense. Type is not expected, and no contract can be inferred. Excuse me? You know, okay, I think what happened. Why would this error out? This is the first time hearing of this. Let me look at. Um. Where's it? So manager. Did I just miss the call there? I didn't think I needed that, but it is what it is, I guess. Network bytes. I don't have anything else named that. It's not a type, it's a function call. Stored data, network bytes. Okay. Should we try? Well, let me look at first what that big JSON error was. Transform packet. I think that was. Where's there? Was this it? Yeah, JSON. JSON data of the type with code pipe variant pipe item will ignore most of the attributes. Okay, well, I'm obviously made a mistake in here. Attributes. Handbook. Exclude by type. What? Error converting value 1. 1? Oh, drops. What? How is this? What? Uh, ah, it wants that. Right? It wants that syntax. Little itty things, little itty bitty things like that. Okay. Hopefully. Yeah, it's looking for a nat float, right? This value, nat float, has different syntax than just one, right? Because it's converting value 1 rather than value what it's actually expecting there. Because it's by default it's saying, hey, I want drops to have some variability, but you don't have to do that. So that should take care of that little problem. Oh, so many of the things. Yeah. So you can see mod systems. Here's all the base game mod systems. Like everything in the game is a mod system. The game is built on the modding systems. So like mod system or map, I mean, mod system snowballs, for crying out loud. Like you got tons and tons of mod systems in here. And then all of the mods, Angel Belt. I've got some better cray. I've got my debug. I've got mods in here that I've, debug with, but yeah. Okay. So maybe, possibly I fixed it. Let's see. It's the first time I've tried to actually load the game. Okay. Oh, there's my test world. Yep. You can see just how crazy my test world gets. So this was to test the heating, right? You put this over the top of the forge and it heats the mixer, so you can use recipes that require heat, right? That's just a little feature. The last thing I implemented. Oh, there's a mistake. Yeah, that's one too thick right there. So if we do pipe, we got a bunch of pipes. Okay, so there's item pipe. You can see that he or the base game like went for the individual pipe shapes. Yeah, you can look at this. Pipe, very rusted, V, top, east, west. Interesting that it says top and the thing is pointing down. So if we look at like V, north, south, west. Interesting. So again, the reason why I'm not doing it this way is because the pipes have two options. You have normal connection and you have extraction. Makes it so if you take all 6 directions and then you have 2 variants for each direction, the number of shapes is 76,000 possible little variants of shape. Now, if you were to separate it into T's, right, where you have a T like this, then you have a T like this, you know, and then a T like this. You know, you probably could break that down into, you know, a smaller number of possible shapes, but then you have to figure out how to rotate it, right, to the orientation that you need, depending on the like pipes that you need to connect to. Versus just taking a pipe, and I know it's ugly as sin, I know that, but taking a pipe and just adding on whatever you need. So move items around your factory, upgradable. Right click with a wrench to right click with a wrench on a connection node to put it into extraction mode. Shift right click with a wrench to remove a connection node. So block vintage engineering pipe item. So we can go give block vint engineering pipe dash item. Let's do so like 50. Okay, and then we have this, and then I want to do dot tf edit, and then we want to do GUI I want to go up and down. No, that's that. That's that. That's that. Translation. Here we go. Let's go 0. Okay. So we go back to code. We look at this. Right? GUI transform is where I'm at there. So translation, I'm going to take that completely off because we don't need that. Rotation, minus 24, minus 43, minus 5. Scale, 2.75 is good to go. Okay, so that's GUI transform. Main hand. Oh shit. How did I get... You can see that the selection is working. I might need to switch those. Yeah, I might need to switch these.
Few new comments in chat.
Okay. I actually need to create a pipe system as well. Well, if you wait long enough, the pipe system will be done for you. I would rather people work on stuff for their mod than not reinvent the wheel, because... So how did this insertion sides not be initialized? Oh. That is why. Yeah, that is why I didn't initialize it. That makes sense. Okay, that would make sense. Why that didn't go? So we need to figure out a network. Figure out networks though. Well, the networks, like I was on the fence whether to do a a network system for the pipes in general. Because the pipes mod, if you actually look at the code, oh, I still have 0 followers on Rumble. Please? Really? Go follow me on Rumble just so I don't feel depressed. If we go,
I'll have to set up one. I'll follow. Yeah.
Yeah, because if YouTube decides I'm a little too spicy for its platform, then I'll have no choice but to go to Rumble. So it'd be a good idea, at least, to have me on there. Oh, there it is. Lag-friendly pipes. Okay, so here is the code, the source code for the pipes mod. Okay, look at that. They updated it last week, so this is actually being actively developed, obviously. So, I'm not trying to directly copy them. It's nice to have at least something to look at to see vaguely how they implemented something, right? The code is not directly translatable because they're vastly different APIs. But I can understand, looking at this vaguely, how they built things, right? So there are, in my humble opinion, they made this way more complicated than they needed to. Like, outrageously more complicated. Now, is it more complicated because they are using the NeoForge API and Minecraft, or is it more complicated because they just made it complicated, right? So if you look at blocks and then tile entities and then types, it's like, look at all these objects. Why have all these objects? It makes no sense to me. So I'm trying to be efficient with it, right? I have a base block entity and then a specific block entity. I have a base handler, not a base handler. I have a handler that I specify, and then the specific block entity gets the handler. Very straightforward. Looking at this code, it is not straightforward. So I don't know if it's complex by design just because they wanted to confuse people, or it's complex because that's just how Minecraft mods work. Like I haven't worked on a Minecraft mod in probably over 10 years. I contributed a little code way back to Pneumatic Craft, like many years ago. But yeah, quickly sort of just threw my hands up and was like, no, it's not for me. Java is just painful. But I mean, if you look at some of these blocks, pipe block, I mean, look at this include list. I mean, look at this. Look at all of these things. Now, for some reason, Java, like any item type you use has to be import. I don't know why. Like, why can't you just import this, right? Import this and have access to these two things. I don't know why. I don't know why Java is the way it is. But anyway, yeah, look at all these. Crazy Minecraft world level block, Minecraft world level block entity, Minecraft block entity, block entity ticker, block. Why? It's just crazy. But you can see, like, just the absolute crazy volume of code that he has. And yeah, it is the tree of data is just, it's so hard to crack into. So I mean, I like, in general, I'm implementing kind of how it works, right? Moving items from A to B without simulating how long it takes to move them. It's just A to B. Like, that's all you need to care about. That is the low latency aspect of it. Now, as complex as that mod is, I'm trying to be a little bit even more better. Okay, so yeah, I didn't instantiate this when we placed the block. Also, I want to I want to look at this. This is the selection boxes. This is what was actually drawing all those selection boxes. So I think what I want to do is shrink the boxes a little bit. By just a little bit. So 3. So if we do 3, 1, 2, 5. So all except the up direction. So this is up. Again, these are all in the order, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth is the actual core, and we were not able to select it last time because all the other selection boxes were literally around the whole thing. And I landed on doing it this way because I saw in immersive engineering, when you're holding a wrench, or in immersive's case, the hammer, it actually showed all of the collision boxes, all the selection boxes, regardless of what was there. It showed them all anyway. So I was like, you know what, that just makes it easier rather than have this be dynamic and change depending on like the options. It just would take crazy amounts of weird logic to be able to track all of that. All right. Before I get into this again, I need to take another bio break. Be right back. All right. Oh. Let's see. See if there's any new chat. Challenge yourself. Oh yeah, I understand that. Challenge yourself and learn. There are a myriad of ways to do that with this game. Okay, so if anybody's curious why I have so many Boolean arrays, I went around and around and around to try to figure out the best way to do this. Because, okay, the fast way of doing this is to be able to differentiate between what sides do what. Now, I could have just had one array where it was like a byte array, where the byte would be essentially encoded with what it does, right? You could encode a connection side, which would just be a pipe-to-pipe connection. As the pipes go by, each pipe has to visually look like it's connected to the neighboring pipe. So that's the connection side. So let's say that would be 1. The insertion side, right? The insertion side is actually something that pushes into an inventory. You know, whether it's a chest or a machine or a tank or whatever. So let's say that's encoded with value 2. The extraction side, that is very self-explanatory, and that would be encoded with, say, value 4. And you would set these bit flags of the byte in order to organize this. That you could do that. But for the sake of my sanity, and then disconnected sides, that's another one. Disconnected sides is a side that you override a connection that's valid, but you don't want it, right? Let's say you put two pipes next to one another, but you want to sever that connection between them. That would be a disconnected side. That would be an overridden side. Do not connect, right? And so we want to disconnect that side, and you would encode that with, say, value 8. So 1, 2, 4, and 8. You would encode those basically you'd be bits, and you could encode that all into one byte array for all the sides. But then you'd have to do a bunch of ands and bit operations, and there'd be a lot of shenanigans, right? Saving an array of 6 booleans allows me to not be too confused when I'm actually trying to get this stuff to work. So there are subtle ways. Now, a Boolean, I don't know how the compiler deals with Booleans, right? Because an array of 6 Booleans, again, you could do that with 1 byte. You could have 1 byte and have just bitwise Boolean values. You could do that way. And that would you'd be able to really, really optimize. But so there's a few ways to solve this, but for the sake of my sanity, and I really don't expect people to have tens of thousands of these in their world. I really don't. So, for every single pipe that you place, it's going to save a set of these, right? It's going to save these arrays, and it's going to have an extraction node set here, right? This value here is not saved, nor is this value. So this and this are not saved. The extraction nodes are, because these actually have inventory. So these have to be saved because they have different inventory and settings, unique. And then as a failsafe to debug, I actually am trying to track the number of extractions and number of insertions, because when I'm iterating through, if I'm trying to rebuild a network or something, I need to be able to track, hey, if there's insertion connections, like go in here. Otherwise, I would have to iterate through all 6 of these Booleans to determine, hey, is this, are any of these true? Whereas if it was just a byte, I would just be able to say, hey, is this value greater than 0? Because if it's 0, that means there's, all of the bits are 0. That would be another way of doing that. So yeah, there's quite a few ways that you could solve these problems. The way that I'm doing it is just in order to, maintain my sanity. Okay. So this question mark equal, you might be looking at this going, what the heck is this? I don't recognize that. And I understand, because I had to look it up too. I've seen it in a few places. This operator is literally saying, if this is null, do this. That's all this is. It's a null check. If this is null, do this. If it's not null, don't do this. So all this does is it's just like a if extraction nodes equals null, then do this, right? And then in brackets, that code would be in brackets. All this does is do the operator, it evaluates this if this is null. That's all that does. Very, very handy. Very handy operator. But yeah, this initializes all of the Boolean arrays when you place it. And again, if it's loading off of disk, we're going to be calling from tree attributes first. If it's loading off of disk, which will automatically load extraction sides, right? This is another byte array for Boolean. It's going to load all of these, load those. So it's gonna initialize all those anyway. And the extraction nodes, again, coming down here, right? Extraction nodes is going to be pulled individually, depending on the size. Because I need to know which face. When I encode it, I encode it with 0 to 5. So I need to know which ones are valid to encode them from 0 to 5. And I just iterate through each one, determining if that side that I've just loaded is true. If it is true, come in here. And if it's not null, which means the extraction nodes exist, meaning we're on the client and we're getting a packet from the server. That's basically this code here gets run on the client. Then just override the values. Tree attribute.create from bytes, and I'm just passing in to the node from tree attributes. And then otherwise, we're on the server and we loaded off of disk, and we want to make sure we initialize everything and everything is good to go. So this should work. And I've reset slightly the collision box so that rectangle, empty rectangle, should be a tiny bit smaller, so I should be able to select the center. And the GUI has reset because I set those values. Okay, so you can see now it's a tiny bit smaller. It's 1 voxel sized smaller, so I'll be able to, you can actually select the thing now. So let's go to the block, unblock place. Unblock interact start. This is when you right click. We're going to put a breakpoint there. And then right click, which triggers that breakpoint. So the world, the player is obviously me, and the block selection. This block selection is really what I'm looking for. Where's my watch list? Watch list. Window. I never can remember how to pull up the watch list. The locals here. This is the local thing here. Block selection. There's the block selection. Now, here's your exact hit position. Selection box right there. Selection box index. That's 6. That center block is 6. Right? So that's right. That's actually right. Oh, there's my watch list. It was the exact same color as my YouTube background. That's nice. So the block selection index is 6. This should, if I do F10, give me that pipe. So I can just do a look at pipe. Here's my watch list here. So this is the pipe that I'm looking at. Here's all of the values. Here's the connection signs, blah, 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 blah. These are all false. Booleans, when they get their default values, are all false. So if we do F10 here, and then F11, on player right click, we're now going into the pipe, right? This is now my block entity. So now we're going, hey, are we holding a wrench? Well, we're not, so it should bounce past that. We are we empty? We're not empty. So we're going to return true, which means continue, right? Returning true here means continue with the event. Give it to everybody because we don't want it. We're not handling it. Also, if you return false, it doesn't sync it with the server, so pretty much always return true here, unless something really bad goes on. And then we're just going to hit F5, and then we have to run it a few more times because for some reason it runs. I don't know why. You can see where what thread is actually running. Main thread, single player, many threads. Okay, let's just run it. There we go. So if we select, we're going to put this back on. We're going to select a different connection. So remember, they're hard coded to be north, east. Let's face north, north, east, south, west, up, down, right? So if we pick, that's 0, 1, 2. If we do this one here, 3, that means our selection box index should be 3, right? So if we go to block selection, boom. What? That's wrong. What? Let's let's look at that is not select block selection box index is showing as 1. And 1 point. Yeah, this is not matching. 0.3750. Let's see. Yeah, it's saying trying to figure out how the syntax works here. So 6 is 375, 375, 375, 625, 625, 625. That is right. The one right above that, 5, 375. Yeah, the fact of the matter is because they're rotated, it's really hard to figure out what they do here, what we're going to do. What is going on here? Where did these selection box index, or where did these collision boxes come from? So 0 is set to 375, 375, 6875. To Z of 1, X Z of 1 would be all the way down to the bottom. I'm thinking my rotations here are royally messing it up. I think there's a BS edit. I wish you could visualize what these look like. Why can't we visualize them? Right? You can edit them, but you can't visualize them? Hitbox 1 should be north, right? It should be the north one, which is, I think, that way. So, X1... Yeah, I think my rotations are probably royally throwing it off. I'm not sure what the deltas are. Like, what are these? Four, 3, 7, 5? Okay, so these are... There it is, right there. So why is the south first? You can see how that's nudged over one. So if we drop that back, you can see that should not be the first one. Why is that the first one? Are my rotations bad? So that's why this is 0. So I'm guessing this hitbox 2. Yep. So the hitbox, remember, 0-based arrays, they start at 0 and then they go up, right? So hitbox 1 is actually 0-based. So when I right-clicked on this node, it's hitbox 2, but it's index of 1. So it's like, so that would probably mean 3 is here. 4 not okay. 4 is this 5? No. Is this 4? Where the heck is 4 at? Oh, that is 4. Why didn't X work? Oh, it did. So 5 is 5 up? Or is 5 the down? Yep, 5 is the down. And then up. Oh no. What? How is 6? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're supposed to have 7 on here. Yeah, these are all 6 directions. Why are we missing hitbox 7? It's there. I can see it.
I don't know if it's useful, but there's a couple comments in chat.
So it's south, west, north, east, down, up. How is that possible? I literally took this. Up is the default. I think I know why. I think I know why. I think I know why. If we look at the actual shape, and I'll show you the shape here. Jesus. Programming. Vintage. Vintage engineering. Mod. Assets. Vintage. Shapes. Block. Pipes. Connection. Boink. That's the shape. But in order to match, right, where I grabbed all the values from was the relay. If we look at, do I not even have the relay? I bet you I don't. Because that's in game, blocks, wire, relay. Oh, idiot. Open game, shapes, block, relays. LV power. So that's the LV power relay, right? That's the little thing you connect the wires to. Well, that is up. That is the up. You know, it's facing up. This is where I copied all those values, but here's the problem. Up, that collision box of up is actually the down collision box because it's under the block, right? So that is actually down. And the north, I mean, that should still, I don't know why, that should still work. North should, as the rotations, north for the relays is it's on the north face, facing south. So yeah, I've got some craziness here. So up is actually down. So let's swap those two. And then, yeah, you said south, west, north, east. So south, west, north, east. So if I do these two, do you think that would fix it? Again, I don't know why this last one wasn't in there. Maybe the UI can only handle 6. I don't know. If we look for BS edit, It's not going to find it until we look for string. GUI dialog cell box editor. Right? BS edit. Where there's the GUI. Where is block selection? Let's see if there is anything in here. Delegate. No, it's grabbing the length. That should be fine. And it's iterating through. Compose dialog. Aha! Yeah. Literally 6 hitboxes. That's it. Why not? So it's hard-coded limit of 6 hitboxes. That's why the thing is not working. Okay. Well, now that we know that, right? Let's see. Let's see if the selection box works. The XYZ, Tarakesh, the XYZ maps, it's relative to the block. Right? So those values that you saw in there, right? These are relative to the block. And the coordinates are from the northwest corner of the block, right? Regardless of orientation. So this is north, obviously. This is west, right? You can see in the little mini map, north and west. So 0.5, let's say it's 0.5, 0.5. It's 0.5 is half the block in and then half the block down, right? It's from the northwest corner into the block. X goes along the essentially the east or the west east, and then the Z is the north south, and then the Y is up. So if you look at this, if I hold wire in my hand, you can see there's a little selection box around that. Well, that is a little bit more complicated. If you actually look at my machines, you can actually see the wire node that defines that little box, right? It defines a little square, but it's based on the block itself. And yeah. So let's plop one of these babies down. And what are the odds if we go in here and in here and in here? So 0, 1, 2, 3. That should be selection box of 3 now. Okay. Now we have 3. I don't know if you can see that. It's a tiny little number, but that's 3. Okay. So we're going to F5, F9, F5. And F9 again. And then we're going to maybe check the up. So remember, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, there's 4. Excellent. And then this main one should be 6. Okay. Let's just check. I'm going to check one more. Let's check north is 0. Okay. I think I've checked most of the directions. I could check all of them, but it is what it is. Okay. So that works. I break them before I quit. Just I had to move my I had to move my test base. So my when I was debugging the electrical system, I was actually over by that tree that you saw a little north of me. I was actually over there, but so many of those block spaces are corrupt because I had block entity crash. I had crashes, and when you yeah, it was gnarly. But so yeah, I had to move an area because I would place a block down, and the block entity was all discombobulated, so it was bad. So anyway, if you just like if you exit debugging, so if something crashes and you don't exit gracefully, or you just go up and you hit stop debugging, the game is not saved behind the scene, right? And so you can do a whole bunch of stuff and hit stop debugging, and none of it is saved unless you have a random chunk save event going on behind the scene. Because there is no like save game option in the menus. It just saves it. It saves it when you exit. And if you don't exit, if you just hit stop debugging, you're not going to save your data. That's bad. Okay, so this, we now debugged that at very least. We are able to place it. Now, here is the big thing is when we place marking pipe dirty, I know we're in here. We're going through this just fine. Now remember, all 6 sides, when we place a block, all 6 sides are going to be air. So all of these already get set. I have to if we place the block, this gets set. If extraction sides, that will be false. Disconnect side, that would be false. Insertion sides would be false. Connection sides would be false. Okay. Because I was looking at this going, are we every time we place one of these, are we cutting that back? No. Because the insertion sides would be sent. So if the block is not air, and we're already grabbing the block, and we're already grabbing the block entity, now, and we're on each face. Remember, we're doing this face by face. If block is block pipe base. Okay. So what this is if this block is a pipe, and if pipe base dot pipe use equals this dot pipe if D block, which is the block we're looking at, do I not save block type here? I don't think I do. Yeah, it's only in the block that I'm saving the type. So I want block pipe base us equals world dot block. Well, I can probably do this. I only need, obviously, we are not going to change. Block accessor dot get block position as block pipe base. Us. So I need our block because that's how I look at the block type. So I only want to call that once because obviously the type of block we are should not change. And then coming in here, instead of this, us dot pipe use. If the pipe use is the same, I need to first look at if disconnected sides of F, if not disconnected sides of F. Meaning we're not overriding the connection. Connection sides of F equals true. Shape dirty equals true. Right? If the disconnected sides is true, means we override. Remember, this could be called at any moment, right? Neighbor block change, any of the blocks around a block can change, and this will be called in order to rebuild the shape. If we're already overriding the shape, meaning do not connect the disconnected sides. If this is true, meaning we don't want the connection, this negates it to false, meaning it skips. So if we don't want connection, skip it. If this is false, meaning don't override the connection, it switches the false to true and says connect to that block. Connect to that side. Now we need to tell that pipe block, right? We need that pipe block that we're trying to connect to. We want that one to say, hey, we're trying to connect to you. Because it's the nub is, there's going to be a nub on either side, right? So the nub to this pipe block, well, this pipe block needs a nub to indicate that. So the other block entity, I need to mark dirty. So we want to specify DBE as BE pipe base dot mark pipe dirty world. Right? We want to tell that pipe, we want to mark that dirty so our pipe connects and then that pipe connects. Right? We want those two to connect. Now we want to. Oh, yeah. There's this. This would potentially cause an infinite loop, which would be bad. And connection sides of F. What? And not. This should break. Because remember, the other block is marked dirty. It's going to go through the same code. It's going to detect my neighbor, right? So you have block A. Block A, I place. It detects nothing around it. It'll skip most of this code. As soon as I place a block B next to it, block B is going to run first. It's going to detect block A and add a nub. Then it's going to say, hey, update yourself. Block B then is going to say, then it's going to run through, right? Because as it's running through the code, it's executing those functions as it goes. So block B, or no, A, B is what we place. B informs A, hey, update yourself. Now A runs through this code and detects, oh, I have a neighboring block. So it adds a nub and then tells the neighboring block, hey, update yourself. I'm connected to you. And then the neighboring block is going to be like, hey, block B is going to be like, hey, there's a connection there. Update yourself. You can see the infinite loop here, right? Tell yourself it's just, and so you gotta do something to break the cycle. Where if we're already connected, meaning connection sides is true, or we only come in here if the connection side isn't set yet, which is why we do it here, and then we do the mark pipe dirty. So this would break the connection, or the infinite loop, right? It would break the infinite loop. So pipe use equals pipe use. The types are the same. Disconnected sides of F, meaning we're not overriding, and not connected sides, meaning the connected side is not yet set. We're going to set the side, and then we're going to mark it true, right? We're going to set that side, and then we're going to inform the other side. Now, we're already on the call stack. We're already here with block B, and then we call it again. Well, how about we add a variable onto this? Bool update neighbor equals false. Actually, let's default that to true. If you specify something like this, right? If you look at the mark dirty here, you can see it's in brackets. That means it's an optional value. It also means that none of the places that I call this error out because it has a default value. So it will, by default, update its neighbor. So you don't need to explicitly put it in there, but update neighbor so when this is called from the block entity, on block placed, we want this set to true. Even though that's the default true, we want to explicitly set this to true. Okay, so we're gonna update our neighbors. Now, our neighbors might already on neighbor block change. I don't. Okay. Yeah. Called on any of its 6 neighbors blocks. So what we can do is optimize this even more. We're going to remove this. And remove this. And then on the block neighbor changed, let's accidentally copy this. No. Okay, on neighbor block change. I don't care about the neighbor block. Well, yeah, the neighbor block doesn't matter. We're going to do a lot of the block detection of the neighbor positions inside the Mark Dirty event. So on neighbor block changed, this is called when any of its 6 neighbors blocks have been changed. I want to try to prevent like a cascading neighbor block change. I don't know what its limitations are. We'll see what happens. But marking the pipe dirty for a neighbor block. So when I have block A, when I place block B, right? Block B gets on block placed. Block A gets on neighbor block placed. I need to redraw the block because that's what actually builds that connection. Oh, I wish the trim trailing spaces existed in Visual Studio, but it really doesn't. Now, what are the odds this is gonna work? This is a type detection. If the block is of this type, and this variable just basically casts the block into this type, if it's valid. If it's not valid, obviously it doesn't go in here. And that allows me to use the casted version and compare values. So this should you know what? Let's just YOLO it. What could go wrong, right?
Yeah.
What could possibly go?
He had to say it, folks.
Yeah, Terry, because that's the big question. As it goes down, marking it dirty. But it will only mark it dirty if there's a change. If there's no change, it never goes in there, right? It doesn't go in there. So there's no change. So the next block out, there would be no change. Therefore, it wouldn't be marked dirty. Okay, so now if I put the next one over here, I'm so, oh Jesus, of course. Object not set to an instance of an object. Assets, try get to object.
Looks like I might be back. Got disconnected for a bit.
Oh, you did? Is he back? Can he hear me? Yeah, this is not actually the line of code that I was actually worried about. How is it not finding the shape? What? Can I move this without having it try to dock to something? Jesus. API.assets. 10,000 assets. Um, so location, pipe connections, dash connection, dash east. Pipe connections. So vintage engineering, that's right. Dash connection. Dash east. Uh, it's saying it doesn't exist. It's seeing the file, obviously. Um, pipe connections, dash connection, dash east. Pipe connections, dash connection, dash east. Right domain. Saying it doesn't exist. This is the last thing I thought would. Why is this not loading?
I'm having a storm here, and I already got disconnected for a little bit.
Ooh, is it a nice, good
So,
thunderstorm?
oh yeah,
Oh, excellent.
heavy thunderstorm.
I'm still
Well,
waiting on ours. We had a couple thunder rollers come by over the last couple weeks, but nothing good enough for me anyway. I love thunderstorms. You just stating up and down. Direction seems to be there as well. Well, when the game loads, when it's loading all the assets, it builds copies depending on how many variants, which is why you wanna, if you're playing, you want to you want to have the mods that you use. You want to be careful of how many mods you use that add large variant group like blocks, because it's an exponential growth, right? If you have several variant groups, one after the other, it's multiplicative. This times this times this times this. So if you have two times, if you have two variants, and then that each of those variants can have 6 other variants, and each of those variants can have 3 other variants, right? The number of blocks that actually gets generated is 2 times 3, or 2 times 6 times 3, right? That's how many variants. So you want to be careful. So it should automatically build these with pipe connections, dash connection, dash, up, down, and then all the other ones. Then I do shape by type, which is probably wrong, because remember, up is actually down. Yeah, up is actually down. So let's quickly fix that. because up is rotated 180 degrees on the x-axis, so it flips that up, and then down is the default. The north should still work. Technically, it should still work. Maybe. maybe. Okay.
Technically, maybe, possibly. Cross your fingers. Pray to God.
This should, I mean, exclude by type. Is the handbook exclude, like, it should not be excluding completely from the game. I really hate YouTube chat. It's so stupid. There's a heart icon on the chat, so that last word on a line is covered by the heart icon. What genius level person was like, you know what? Let's put an icon right over the top of their message. Let's say parameter is not a direction. No, it states the parameter. Like, okay, the location here. I'm sending it the location. Vintage engineering, pipe connections, dash connection, dash the face code. Right? The code of the face is automatically northeast, southwest, up, down, all lowercase. That's the code of all the faces. So it builds, depending on which face you need, it builds that asset location. Now the asset location is essentially just a string. It's just a fancy way of doing string that automatically parses out your domain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just a fancy string, essentially. So I pass that into the mesh, right? I want to add the mesh data of the connection mesh. So this is the actual thing that's trying to pull the shape. And yeah, I'm trying to get the asset. This is trying to get that asset, which from that location. But it's saying this is failing. It's saying that asset doesn't exist. It's null. It's not valid, which is weird. Yeah, I didn't think this would be the thing that failed. Now where did I see that being used? Asset manager. Try get. Try get base assets location. So let's see who uses this. I know this is used. I know this is used in other places. I literally found this code iAsset.toObject. Lock crop. So yeah, see on JSON tessellation. There, see, this is what I'm talking about right here. I can't use the base shape of the pipe because it's a different object I'm pulling in, right? So I'm trying to get the shape. Asset location. This is really bizarre. I did not think that it would not know how to load. Let me remove just to test that and see if that actually does something. Nope. Why is that? Nothing is misspelled. Pipe connections dash connection dash east. Yeah, it's not gonna. Sometimes it just doesn't let you get by the line. I'm at a loss. Why is it not finding that asset? What am I missing? Is there a, maybe there's a, yeah, I've got to be careful with what I look at here. And I'm looking for a possible error. With the loading of the system. It's loading all of the things in the stuff. Mods, there's loading the mods. Yeah, found 66,665 missing blocks. I had accidentally loaded my debug world or my dev world with all of our mods that we had that we streamed with a couple months ago, and that 6,000 missing blocks are all from. Basically, most of those are from the Bricklayers mod. I don't know. Yeah, there's all the blocks. Chisel tools. Wow, there's a lot of missing blocks for chisel tools. Wow. VEALE January sleeping stealth. Why are these? Okay. I got rid of the block variants. I think. I was playing around with the idea of swapping the block every time a variant changed, but I quickly realized I didn't need to do that. That was just too much. I don't know. Can I search this? No. Why would it not be able to load that shape? I think I'm missing something really basic here. Yeah, and it appears many times because I kept on hitting like keep going, but it was not having it. I don't know. There's just so many weird calls in this game. There's nothing. There's very little in the API that is like this exact use case, right? There's always little variants. There's a million little things that you can do. Get or create mesh. Object cache util. Object mesh. Object. Okay, I know what the object. Okay. Object cache util is not something I want to use. Tree types from file. Yeah, what that is actually loading. The world properties.block. That is a file that's loading. That's not actually loading a 3D asset. That's loading a different base game one. Are there any mods that use this? Animal cages, gen mesh. This.entity shape. Okay. I know Quentin used it. Gen mesh data block crate. Try get game shapes block base cube. That's obvious. Like that's going to be that's a base game shape. Why is it not finding my asset? Why is it not finding this? What am I missing? I want to see. Because I'm not hiding them from the handbook. There should be, the handbook should be full of pipe connection objects. Yes. They're right there. It's not good. The north is. Anyway, let's go back. There they all are. The block, ignore that. That's the type. That's why the GUI has block dash pipe, whatever, right? When I did this, block dash, because it prefaces it with the type. But it's seeing it. Pipe connections dash connection dash east. PIPECONNECTIONS dash connection. This is actually trying to grab the JSON file of the shape. So the path has to be filled out. You can see this try get here. So let's peek. Let's just see. Just take a quick look at, say, a thing here. Okay. And then tank. Yes. Okay. Okay. I think I know what's going on. Shapes, pipes. Hmm. How am I going? Okay, rotated. Okay. Block dot shape. How do I get? So the problem is, does anybody? Here's a trivia question. At all? Yeah, I bet you guys didn't think there would be a test. Um, what do you think is the problem? Nobody? Nobody's gonna chime in, pointing and laughing at me.
So the problem is the asset loader is actually looking for the shape file, not the block definition. So the block definition would be api.block.world.block.accessor.getBlock. Okay. And then the get block is going to want the asset location of the block like that. Okay. So now we have block con b equals. So the get block, and then if con b is not equal null, do this. Connection mesh. So what this is going to do, this is actually grabbing the block, and then I need to pass in the shape of said block. So con b dot shape inventory, yeah, shape dot well, let's do that first. Okay. Now we need to change this to shape. Let's underscore it just for reasons. Okay. Now, why is this squiggly? Composite shape. Okay. Then we want this. Control C. So, because the block, I was trying to grab the block, but the asset loader, this line here, was actually trying to get like the shape, right? It was the asset, the literal JSON file name of that asset. But if I loaded that, it would not have any of the rotation information. I would have had to have literally had 12 different shapes defined. Each shape, which I could still do, just 12 shapes. Each shape was the various rotations of them. And then the block would just point to the different shapes. That is a dead easy way of solving any and all possible problems. What's going on here? Now I can convert block to what? Tessellate shape. What am I missing? What the hell is going on here? Oh. Composite. For some reason, composite shape has a different set. Yeah, if for some reason shape dot shape. Why is composite shape different from shape? I don't understand it. Tessellate shape string type. See this wants another asset locate. Why does it need another? I'm passing in the shape. I need to use the bathroom. All right, now that my eyeballs are not loading anymore, why would there be two different, vastly different tessellate shapes in here? Why? Holy Jesus. Station. So this tessellate shape with the composite shape is like fundamentally different. Like, I don't understand why there's such a vast difference between these two. There it is. No, it's not that. I think this was the one. Analyze. Implemented by, used by. All of the things are using this. Get cached shape. Dot. Wait. Okay, what? Tessellator manager. Dot get cached shape. Asset location. Okay. So if I go into here, shape.base gives me that asset location. But block.shape. Okay, I'm going to try something. Okay. Basically what I'm doing is I'm passing in the composite shape, right? Which is the shape of the thing, which should automatically have the rotation inside of it, right? Because if we look at the actual thing, it's one shape. Shape by type. It's one shape that is rotated. That's important. It's one shape that's rotated. It's probably wrong. Northeast, southwest, up, down. I think I swapped the up and down, didn't I? Up, yeah. Up and down are swapped. I'm not sure about those, but we'll see. We can test those out. I just have to get this working. So basically what I'm doing, I'm passing in the composite shape. I'm using that to grab the base shape, passing in that, but also with the rotation values. I shouldn't really need to do this. I should be able to just tessellate and grab the mesh of the composite shape. But I don't think the composite shape here. What is this object? Yeah, this doesn't have a mesh at all. I'm not 100% sure. Like, I think this is the shape loaded one step, right? You have the base shape, which is this, but then this is the composite shape, right? With the rotate stuff loaded automatically. Possibly. It would help if these classes actually had like help above here. So some of this stuff you can see has help, right? Creates a deep copy. Like I've been doing this with basically everything. You can also do it to classes itself. So it would be nice to have comments and a summary of what these things are actually for. That would be very, very helpful. Okay, what are the odds? I'm going to put a breakpoint on this. Okay, what are the odds this is gonna run? God, why? Shape.base plus .json? No. Deposit shape, base, block pipes, connection. No, you stupid game. Plus. What is going on? Why is this shape.base not valid? You would think it would be valid. Oh man. Shape.base. Tessellate shape. Okay. Let's look at this for a second. I have to move this over to here so I can see it while I code. Okay. Maybe I can do this. Well, let's do the thing. Get cache shape. I need the asset location. Shape.base. Okay. And then I want I just want to see, like, is this a thing? Because if it is, I could just add that mesh, default block mesh. I don't know if default is unrotated. Dot get. No, I don't need the mesh refs. Definitely don't need that. Get cache shape. That's what I'm already getting. Okay, so let's F9 it. I mean, it's saying, well, let's see. Mesh data testing. I really can't visualize it, but I mean, it's saying there's stuff. They're saying there's indices in there, 36 indices. Um, I don't know. I don't do anything with it, so F10, F11. What are the odds? Output. Mesh data. Indices 36. Damn it. Now what's... What is not object? What is the object target? What is null here? Con B. That shape. I'm sorry, what? What is null here? It's saying object reference not... Why? What? God, I wish it would actually tell you. How hard would it be to tell me what the object is that the reference not set? What is the object? Please tell me. Target. What is object set? What is the object? Please tell me. You could literally do name of and put it around whatever, like, use reflection and tell me more details. This doesn't make any sense. None of these values are null. Mesh data exists. I know because it's right up here. Right? Mesh data, if it's null, gives me a new mesh data. This is not null. Oh, not that goddamn mesh. I mean, mesh data exists, but yeah, it's not really initialized. So let me backtrack this here. I mean, initialize arrays is already done. Okay. Yeah, it's initialize arrays is already true. What? Why is no, don't do that. This is really puzzling. Okay, mesh data itself is initialized. It's not null. Okay, and then con b, and then con b dot shape. Okay, and then we go F10. Con b is no longer null. Con b dot shape is now set. Con b does not equal null. Shape. Mesh data. Composite shape. So output is null. Output is no longer null. Return output. Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? Why am I coming back? What it looks like it's happening is it's returning the mesh, but because it goes out of scope, it's eliminating it. Like the garbage collector, it's going out of scope or something. And then suddenly this value goes null. The value that we return goes null, and immediately mesh data, add mesh data. So what we can do is separate this out. Like that. like that. Like that. Now, do I do like dot copy? No. This is very bizarre. I don't understand. I've used this many times. I don't understand why it would bork out like this. This is very bizarre. This is not what I thought. Not what I thought I would be having problems with. It's fairly straightforward as far as the meshes and stuff go. Okay, we should get the that. Now let's see if we grab the data. Okay. That's literally telling me the mesh data here somehow is null. How though? If mesh data equals null, this should run it. Why is this then saying it's null? To the secret lab. What is that? Like, okay, let's put a breakpoint on this. That initializes mesh data. I don't want to set that up yet. I was really hoping I could just step into. Would be nice. Model trans. What? Okay, so this does the base shape first, so maybe I should do that. Yeah, believe it or not, looks like every single croc in the game has its own renderer to render the, or at least has its own mesh reference in the on your video card.
Dang, that seems like overkill.
Yeah, it's definitely overkill. Just to all that does is to render the label on the front of it. That's all that does. But yeah, every time it renders on before render, so it calls this when it's rendering. It literally builds that mesh. Crazy.
Jeez.
So let me do just a little bitty thing here. Mesh data. Mesh data does not equal null. Okay, and then we don't want to do this. Actually, we want wait. Wait. Welcome to modding, everybody.
Yeah. Well, streaming, because that takes a toll on the brain.
Oh, why did it work and then not work? And why was it called so many damn times? I'm initializing mesh data. It should never be null right here. Why is it throwing a null? Unless it's trying to run it on the server. It shouldn't be running it on the server, though. It shouldn't ever be doing that. I don't, man, I don't know what is going on with this stupid thing. Like, I have no idea. All I'm doing is saying, hey, this is basically saying if mesh data does not equal null, meaning we have a customized mesh, then add it and return true. A return true doesn't add the default mesh, right? Returning false, if you look in this, true to skip default mesh, false to add the default mesh. So I'm returning false if there's no mesh data, that a single pipe on its own with no connections. That's what that is. And then if we have any connections, return true, because I'm down here adding the default mesh, which actually worked. So how in God's name is this not working? What is null here? I do null checks all over the place. If mesh data equals null, Jesus. Or mesh data dot. I don't know if there's anything into here. Because it's trying to do something. Right? This add mesh data is trying to do something. In here. And it's I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. Maybe it's in here? Texture IDs. I don't know. I do love it when I click on a constructor and it's like, no, this is just, there it is. Initialize arrays. I mean, yeah, they're zero length bytes, byte arrays. I mean, that could be. Like, what does vertices count? Yeah, there's very rarely a simple example in the base game. Like there are usually 7 other layers of shit that you have to wade through to try to figure out what the hell what is going on. And usually you have variables that are, yeah, look at this code, like try to have better posture. God, back is starting to get sore. So this tessellate shape looks like it. You have to use that. I can't do that. Because you think, get default block mesh, you'd think that Okay. So mesh data. Let's just comment this out. Hmm. This is just cascading. This call, then this call, then it goes to this call, then it goes to this call. Oh man. And then that's item. Select block. Then it goes to this call. Then I think it finally does the thing. So what are the odds? If mesh data does not equal null, it does these, and then I probably want to do that. That might be the reason. That might be the reason. So the first time it was calling it, because remember, it's like, because one block is updating the other blocks. This might have been the reason right here. Clear. Dispose and clear. I probably want to do this. Dot dispose. And then I immediately reinstitute it again. That might have been the problem. Or it might not have been. Like I said many, many times in many previous streams, the rendering stuff I am horrible at. I have no idea how it all works. It is a black box abyss that I don't know how it all works. The matrix transformation, I just don't. Well, I mean, we're close. We're just pointing the wrong way. God damn it. So, northeast, southwest is opposite. Okay. I knew we'd get there. Just a matter of time. You know, you got to bang your head against the wall a minimum number of times. But it eventually works.
Punch through.
Right? Okay, so shape by type. This is actually working. We're just discombobulated like we were with the collision boxes. So I think I can put that back. Here, okay, north and south, we need these to be opposites. North is 90, south is 270. East and west, same thing. 90, 270. And I think I did this already. Yeah, down, up. Let's move these so they're in the same order. Just so northeast, southwest, up, down. I just want to make sure those are in the right order in my mind. They're in the same order. So let's see. God forbid this is gonna work. Like, it would be a minor damn miracle if this actually worked. So what I think was happening, because of how the system is running, it's constantly updating, right? So the change was being made on the server, which was syncing with the client, and it was going back and forth, and it was retesting it. And because it existed, I was clearing it, but I wasn't reinitializing it. So I think that's what was happening. All right, let's check on the top. Can I place on the top, please? Place. Why are you placing on the top? Well, let's try to place it on the bottom. There we go. I mean, but why can't I think, let's go to the block. It's doing this. If by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot empty remember, we're right-clicking, right? If it's not this is obviously a not. If you're not programmers, this is a not, so it switches the Boolean values, so false to a true. So if it's not empty, which empty would be false, which was change to true, and by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot item stack dot collectible is this. Block pipe base return base dot on block interact start. A hot reload, which is a glorious feature. Boom. So what that does is it just detects if I'm right-clicking the block with itself. Can't place all. I'm in the way. Well, that is that is one massive, and if I place one out in the middle of nowhere, it should be fine. Okay, so let's check. Well, something weird happened. Anybody pick it up? Anybody pick up what's weird?
Looks like the blocks are offset. Is that what you're talking about? The targeting?
Oh no, I'm mistaken. I missed one. I was at 49. I thought I had broken all the blocks and I was only at 49. I was like, that's a problem. But no, I missed a block. I missed one. Okay, so the next step, that was 5 hours of work, everybody, to get that working. Just that. But the fact that it works, is good. So let's save and leave. Nice and good. We have exited with code 0. That is a good thing. Let's check our log just for funsies. That's a lot of threads. Jesus. Weird. Okay, no major issues. If there was anything like a memory leak or anything like that, it would be in there. So now, do I want to? Oh, that was an insane amount of work. Just, chipping away, poking away at it, figuring out what might be wrong. But I think it was these lines here that was causing it. I think it was initializing the mesh. It was doing the thing, coming back in, right? Because there might have been another mark dirty event, so that was sent to the client. Because remember, one block informs another block, which informs the block back. But this comes in here and detects that mesh data has something in it, which then clears and disposes of it, making it null. Then I would try to add it again, and that's what it was. It was that second iteration that caused it to happen. So yeah, bad times. Which is why that first time I went in, I was stepping through it and it was passing. But then when I hit F5, boom, then it crashed because of the next time it ran through, it borked out. So there could be something to be said if there are no changes, stuff like that. So I think that's enough for today. But the next step would be overriding, right, the disconnected sides, right? So it'd be manually overriding a side and getting it to sync up and making sure the manual override is good to go. So that's the next step. Step after that is then going through and updating the master list here to detect other situations, right? It's to detect, is there a machine with an inventory? Not a machine. Is there an inventory? And I would probably... Do I have a can connect? Yeah. So I have a virtual call here, can connect to. And what I probably do is override it in here. Override can connect to. So, because each type of pipe has different connection requirements, and you have to do that in the pipe, right? And so any call to this in the base will still call derived instances. It'll call these first, which is a beautiful thing. But I think, yeah, that was a lot. That was the goal for today, is to get the pipes placeable and connected to each other. That was the goal that I set out for myself today. Little baby steps. Don't try to bite off like the whole enchilada at one shot. Little baby steps, and then by the time you get done, you're well on your way to something that's buggable. But you could see how it actually worked, right? One other trick is going to be how to manage the textures. That is going to be hard. I don't know how we're going to do that. Because right now both types of pipe are going to have the same texture. So I would like to, in JSON here, have an attribute for the different textures. Right, we have the shapes, we have the selection boxes, but texture by type would be nice to have, that I could also apply to these, right? And I don't know if anybody has texture experience. I'm going to have to muscle my way through, but for now it's just going to be like just getting it working. But yeah, that's going to do it for the stream today. Saturday, we're going to come back and we're going to jump back into our Small Land game, because Small Land went 1.0. They just updated. They just put out a big like taming update. And I still have my save for that. I'm hoping I can just load up the save that we had been using. Because a lot of stuff has been changed and updated, but yeah, the Small Land, you know, even if we just get one stream out of it, I'm fine with that. But anyway, that's going to do it for today, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. Hope to see everybody back here on Saturday. If not, next Wednesday again is going to be more vintage engineering or just vintage story modding streams. So come back for that, and I will see everybody Saturday.